We'll be interested for Sam because it could be a long morning. Karen? Oh. Oh, yeah.
We're ready? No problem. All right, we're going to call the July 11th regular council meeting to order. I think we have one person registered for the open mic. You can join us here, Robert. Just have a seat at the chair there. Good morning. We'll just have you say your name and then we'll have you start.
My name is Robert Slager.
And just make sure you're talking right into the mic because the people that are online might not be able to hear you.
Is there a volume thing on it? Okay. Okay, my name is Robert Slager. And actually a week ago, more than a week ago, on June 30th, it was only a few days before that, my bank account was seized. And I phoned in on Friday to let that gal know what the situation was. And instead of listening, she immediately started talking over me and telling me what all she could do to me. In other words, threatening me. And that's unacceptable. At least listen before you talk. And that happened. And she did it, and she just simply would not be quiet and listen. Now, it wasn't my fault that somebody in my area has an insecure internet access, and because most computers nowadays, with wireless, they can access them. But since I'm a certified NASA scientific engineer, I can find that. And what I did, I contacted Interpol, located all the cookies, sent it into Interpol. They had the guys in 3 hours because it's across an international boundary. And you don't deal with the RCMP on that, you deal with Interpol. And that's what I was trained in. I finished my training in 1966 at the very top of the class. And they wanted me as a 19-year-old kid to go teaching in Chicago. I told him, the guy was really decent. To me, he was an old guy, but when you're 19 years old, everybody's an old guy. So, anyways, I said, that's flattering, but it's not realistic. He said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just looking at your marks.
Mr. Slager, is there a reason for you to be here today? Is there a request you have of council?
Yeah, so anyways, when I phoned in on Friday to let them know that I couldn't pay it because the bank had frozen my bank account, and they told me, your bank account is frozen until you get that card, there's nothing you can do. Just like that. And that's exactly what happened. But she didn't want to hear that. She was too busy telling me what all she could do to me. So she didn't want to listen, so I just, I learned a long time ago. Never argue with a fool, you lose every time. So then I came in on Monday when I did get the card, at first they were gonna send it out, and they said it would take 10 or 11 days. And I said, well, you know, that's not good enough. So they did send it by courier, but it never got here till a week ago today. So I came in less than half an hour after I got it, and went down front, and then the flack started again about what all she was going to do to me. Well, I didn't need to hear that. You know, especially when the people from the city yard came, or city public work came into my yard and verbally abused me, and the language they used was far worse than anything I heard here. And I just told the young guy, that was about 10 years ago, I think. And this isn't the first time I've had situations with City Hall. And the day that was done, they promised faithfully they'd have it fixed because they couldn't do it now. It was March, okay, I can understand that. And they gave me a phone number with Public Works to phone, which I did, but never ever got any response. Nobody ever showed. And when that guy came to my gate, or the back gate, he came in, and the language he used, it'd be nice if he was here today and used the same language that he used on me. But everybody wants to be so politically correct. What about happened when they come in my yard and curse and swear at me? That's acceptable? I mean, give me a break. But this wasn't necessary. I came in and I told them what I could do. And she just told me, well, that's not good enough. Well, she wasn't going to do to me. So, why am I even here? I've been a taxpayer here for 46 years. And it wasn't my fault that somebody hacked into my computer. You know, that was done by somebody around in my area.
What is it that you're looking for from council?
Pardon?
What is it that you're looking for from council?
To clean up the act of some of the employees here. I mean, I don't think it's being unreasonable for them to be polite. Is it? They can say anything they want to me, but, you know, I'm supposed to be so politically correct.
When I spoke with you on the phone last week, you said that you record some of your conversations. Can you share any of those with council or with my administration so that they can deal with any of the staff?
Well, that I've got, that's confidential.
Sorry?
That I won't share.
Okay, well, like, we can't do anything in terms of working with staff if we don't have the problem.
Well, when she was on the phone on Friday, I recorded it.
And if you'll share that with my administration, they can work with that.
It's too late. That's already been sent in.
Sorry?
That's already been sent in.
Okay. Do you have a request of council, or is it just to make us aware of how the staff was treating you?
Well, basically, that's what it is. It's just, you know, to treat anybody like that is unacceptable. I've never gone into a place of business anywhere and done stuff like that. And, you know, I've got a lot more mileage than she has.
Good. Well,
I don't think I'm being out of line.
No, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much for bringing that to council's attention.
But you know, this isn't the first time. For the last 42 years, my house was the first house in Wetaskiwin to have styrofoam on the outside. And I mean, that's way in the past. That's long gone. That's history. And what I'm talking about is what happened, you know, 10 days ago, Friday. And then what happened a week ago today.
Yeah, and we've heard you. So thank you very much for your time.
Do you think that'll be online?
Mr. Slager, we're going to move along in the agenda. We've heard your concerns, and we'll address that with our administration.
So in other words, I can leave.
Yep. You're welcome to stay for the meeting, though, too, if you'd like.
How long is it gonna be?
Probably 3 hours. Might be 4.
No, I did bring my medication with me, so I can stay for another 3/4 of an hour.
Sure. You can just have a seat behind you there where you were before.
No, I've lived with a handicap for most of my life. And, you know, after I had the surgery, the insurance people were told before I even had the surgery that I was going to be off work for a year. I wasn't happy about it, but I had no choice. The medication I was on at the time was eating my stomach out. If I didn't listen to them, you wouldn't operate.
Yeah. I'm just going to have you join the gallery there if you don't mind. We're going to get moving on with our meeting. Thank you very much. So item 4, looking for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Lonsdale, any additions or deletions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 7, we have the consent agenda. Looking for that motion.
I move that City Council accepts the consent agenda without debate. Approval of minutes, regular council meeting held on June 27th, 2022. Correspondence, letter from Wetaskiwin, Canadian Tire.
Moved by Councillor Lonsdale. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8, we've got a public hearing. Public hearing for bylaw 2019-22 to amend the Land Use Bylaw 1804-13 to provide a seasonal commercial patio regulations. Welcome, Andrew.
There, how's that?
I declare the public hearing regarding proposed bylaw 2019-22 be open at 9:13 a.m. I'll ask the Manager of Planning and Engineering to explain the purpose of the hearing.
The purpose of this public hearing is to satisfy Section 692, Sub 1 of the MGA, Municipal Government Act, which requires a public hearing to be held for land use bylaw amendments.
Has notice of the hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, this was posted on the City Public Hearings and Notices page at least 10 days prior to this public hearing. It was also advertised in the Pipestone flyer, and it was there was an email notice to those restaurants who are members of the chamber because we have their email address contacts. And then for those restaurants we don't have email addresses for, we sent regular mail notices.
I'll now request that Development Services provide the report regarding this matter.
Thank you. So this is just a public hearing for the amendment, which will come up later in the public hearing, and I'll just breeze over it now because we didn't have anybody wishing to speak to it. These changes are just to allow for outdoor restaurant patios, which are on private property, and for sidewalk patios, which are on public property, like on sidewalks on Main Street and things like that. So this bylaw just includes some rules and regulations and procedure for those.
Did we receive any written submissions?
We did not.
I'll now call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. First, we will call those who have registered prior to the meeting, and then anyone else who wishes to speak may have an opportunity. Please note that all speakers will be given no more than 5 minutes to speak. Do we have anybody online? Is there anyone present wishing to speak to this matter or online? If Third and final, anyone wishing to speak to this matter? We'll now call this public hearing closed, and council will debate this matter later in the agenda at 9:15. A decision on this matter is considered as an agenda item later in this council meeting. Thanks, Andrew. Moving into Committee of the Whole, priority-based budgeting.
Sorry, I had to find it there. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you know, administration has been working on priority-based budgeting for a while now, and we are getting close to a point where we're going to be able to engage Council with some of the decisions that will be made moving forward. But we wanted to have some people from Resource X and Kelly from It's Logical are here to speak to Council about the higher level. What does priority-based budgeting mean? Where are we at? How does this relate to your strategic plan? And so I believe, is it Chris that's here? Yeah, Chris. Perfect. Chris, I will turn it over to Chris and he can do a quick presentation and then we can take questions.
That's great. Thank you. I am working on sharing my screen here momentarily. All right. I think it's coming through. Sue, how's the audio? Am I coming through okay?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for that. And thank you, members of the council, staff, and the community in Wetaskiwin. My name is Chris Fabian, and I am CEO of Resource X, and we have been your partner in the implementation of priority-based budgeting to date, along with Kelly Rudek, who is our partner and your partner in the community with It's Logical, and Kelly is in the audience with you. I also have Michelle Holder with me from Resource X on this call. I am in Denver, Colorado. Michelle is in Portland, Oregon, and we have been able to help with your tremendous staff in the initial implementation of priority-based budgeting, and that's what I would like to speak about here today for just a brief presentation, and then certainly have the opportunity to take some questions and help to try and explain it. So in general, I want to start with what is priority-based budgeting and why is it different perhaps than what the budget process has been like for you all in the past, and not just the budget process. One of your executive leaders, Paul Edgington, helps to continuously remind us that the work that you go through in priority-based budgeting, while definitely important for the budget process and thinking about resource allocation, it's much bigger than that. And it's really about answering three fundamental questions that are important beyond budgeting, just as they are really crucial in the budget process itself. And so in priority-based budgeting, the three questions that we are most concerned with, number one, what is it that we actually do? In the implementation of priority-based budgeting, staff has gone through the creation of a program inventory, an inventory of every service that you provide throughout the city for the benefit of your residents and for the community overall. And this might sound like a trivial kind of question or something that you might take for granted, but when you really think about each and every line of business that you're in as a local government, it turns out that it's not so trivial. It's very complex. The business of local government is vast, and you're in perhaps hundreds of services. And I'll talk about that a little bit more here in just a moment. But that's question number one. What is it that we actually do? What are all the services that we provide? The second question is, for everything that we do, what does it cost us to provide these programs and services? And I have an image there of your budget book. But for all the communities that we work in, and we've served just over 300 local governments throughout the United States and Canada, including many in the Edmonton metro area and throughout Alberta, that fundamental question of not only what it is that we do, but how much does it cost us to do what we do is at issue. And this is something that staff have spent time really trying to come to an answer. How do we allocate resources to provide the services that we do? And the third fundamental question is, why do we do what we do? I know there was mention from Sue just moments ago about your incredible work in creating a strategic plan and a 10-year plan at that. Your leadership as elected officials for your community and your executive leadership and your department heads and your staff, you've really set forth an incredible vision for the community. And now the point of priority-based budgeting is to ensure that there is alignment with what you do, with what you're trying to bring about and fulfill for this incredible vision for the community that you're trying to achieve. And that's the job, that's the task of priority-based budgeting, is to make sure for the vision that you set out to achieve, it has to be backed up by the budget. It has to be funded. Otherwise, it's just a vision, perhaps not so much in alignment with the community's resources. That's what priority-based budgeting is intended to do. So let me just dive in ever so briefly to those three questions. The first one, again, being, what is it that we do? And as an example, I went onto your city website, and if I was a resident, I come to this beautiful portal and I see in your What's New section a list of what's new, of things that are going on, and I couldn't help but be interested in city events. This is something that most all of our clients are in the business of doing. It's a local government thing. You provide events for the community. But when you dig into it for city events, the question is not just what events do you put on. If I was a resident, hey, what could I attend for bringing our community together? But from a business perspective, you're running the business of local government. When you think about all of the events that you put on, you have to think about it from a different perspective. What does it take to put on a successful event? You have emergency management, the preparation, execution, and recovery of community and regional emergency events. So you have the ability to serve events from any sort of emergencies that might come up. You have fire inspections, making sure that for any events that they're going to be handled safely. You have supplying and emptying garbage and recycling cans for various events. So you have to make sure that even from a municipal services perspective or in solid waste, that after the events are all done, and even throughout the events, that things are clean and that you clean up after the events. You have coordination of public information to advertise the events on the website. And I'm just going through a general listing of all the different work that takes place behind the scenes to put on the events. And this is what we mean by what it is that you do. From a resident perspective, when it comes to a program inventory, they might not see all of the tax dollars at work all the time, but you're hard at work. Your staff are there to ensure that events are put on successfully and carefully throughout the community. And I talked about events, but you can now do this in all of the departments. Your program inventory is 163 programs at this point. You've identified that many lines of business that you're in to provide for a better life for your community overall. And as staff continue to evolve their work and refine their program inventories from every single department that you have, this program inventory will be a key piece of information for everything that you provide. The second question is, okay, for everything that you do, how much does it cost you to do what you do? I'm taking a screen capture from another community, not too much unlike Wetaskiwin, but this is Flagstaff, Arizona, just to demonstrate a point. But for every program that you identified in the program inventory, staff have taken your line items in the budget and mapped them to the programs that you provide to get a general sense for what does it cost you to put on, to provide all of the programs that you do. When I addressed a council recently in the city of Flagstaff, Arizona, one of their programs, a program that you would know very well, is snow removal, the removal of snow throughout the community. And to illustrate a point with their council, I said, everybody knows snow removal. Citizens and residents would not be surprised to find out that you remove the snow. They see this type of program each and every day during the winter season, during the spring, perhaps during the fall. And my question back to council for this second key question of priority-based budgeting was, how much do you think it costs you to do snow removal? And you can do this yourselves. You can think about, I wonder how much it costs the city of Wetaskiwin to do snow removal. Well, as I asked council and Flagstaff, multiple council members replied with their answers, and it was kind of like one of those games, if you've ever played, I guess how many jelly beans are in the jar, and you can win a prize at a restaurant. And I'm not sure if you've experienced this type of game. This sticks out in my mind, but a guessing game like this provides all sorts of different answers. It's like how many stars are in the universe. And with the priority-based budgeting data, I then came back to council and said, this is the information that your staff have put together. Each and every snow removal program and their costs. The first thing that council was excited about was that it's not just one snow removal program. You have multiple snow removal programs, as it turns out. You have basic snow removal as you understand it, and you see it every day. Your main streets, downtown, perhaps residential neighborhoods. In Flagstaff is 1.2 million, but that's neither here nor there. You had snow removal of city-owned buildings and sidewalks in your own facilities. Of course you do. Around your city hall, or around all the various facilities that you run. You have snow removal taking place there, and that's actually a separate program. In Flagstaff, they had an airport, and they had snow and ice removal. And as you can see, it's so much that you actually offer. And having this business intelligence down to a program level, along with the cost of providing these services to your residents, is going to give Sue and her team, you all as elected officials, really the fundamental business intelligence at your fingertips to really know, where does the budget go at the end of the day, so we know what we're funding in order to ascertain, is this funding truly in alignment with our strategic plan as we're trying to achieve it? And if so, great. And if not, where can we begin to reallocate resources in order to fund the results that are of the utmost importance? And that's where this really comes together. I'm showing a snapshot from a strategic plan from another community we work with, just to illustrate a point. But you can start to think this through with your own strategic plan. This community espouses that for the vision they're trying to achieve for their organization, they're trying to create shared prosperity for their residents. They're trying to create a connected city. They care about inviting public places, environmental responsibility, a safe community, and on and on. Just like you, in your 10-year strategic plan, your vision overall, from your seats, you're thinking about what a great community it would be if we can accomplish this vision. And then the very next question comes up in your minds, how are we going about investing in this vision overall? And that's where the connection of what we do and how much it costs comes into play. So just like your staff have gone through taking your programs from your program inventory, putting a price tag on those programs, they went through the next step of scoring programs or evaluating each and every program's impact on the key result areas of your strategic plan. And you all, just like this community, have the opportunity now to drill into these results and say, like this community can, we take a result like shared prosperity or anything in that strategic plan, and you can ask, what are we investing in it today in terms of services that really have an impact on this result? For this community, it's $4.3 million on shared prosperity if we really wanted to dig into it. And if we really want to understand what are those programs and services that move the needle, here you can see it's an assortment of programs across a variety of different departments. We have after-school programs from Parks and Recreation, a shared prosperity program from community planning, entrepreneurship and neighborhood business support from economic development and a workforce development initiative, and on and on. It's this connection, this ability to see your budget differently and really see the businesses that you're in differently from what we do, how much it costs us to provide these programs and services, and then ultimately the alignment of these programs with the results that you're trying to accomplish overall. So these are those 3 questions, and through your implementation of priority-based budgeting, I'm excited to share that you've made it through your initial implementation. You have your first year of data, and it's always a work in progress as staff continues to refine the program inventory to make sure that the costing is looking good, and to ensure that the measurement of alignment with results, what we call program evaluation or program scoring, is really as good as it can be, and that's where you are right now. So I wanted to take a second just to walk through your progress to date and provide an overview of the city's journey. This is a roadmap of your implementation path overall. In purple there you see you've completed your program inventory. You've identified all of the different programs across all of the departments that serve the community. In green there, your second step was to then move towards mapping your budget, each and every one of your accounts, to the programs that you provide, to come up with that program price tag, if you will. That third step in red was the program scoring, answering that question, why are we in business? If you notice 1, 2, and 3 are those 3 fundamental questions, and this is what you have also accomplished on your journey. And now you're moving into the 4th step there in blue, which is really starting to understand, well, what did we come up with? What are the programs we provide? Where are resources actually going? And given this information that wasn't there a year ago, what might we do differently? How might this change some of the decisions that we make as it comes to the budget process and beyond overall? And this is what we call taking action on the data. You only put this information together for a purpose, which is to inform you in a new way to perhaps provide insights on what you might do differently. And that is exactly where you are in the journey right now. And even just as of last week, which I'll get to in a moment here, your team went through an exercise to look at every program you provide and talk about where are we headed with this program in light of our overall 10-year strategic plan. So I want to talk just ever so briefly about this current step that you're on in your overall journey, and it is talking about the future of each and every program. If you pause for just a moment and you think about everything that you do, it can sometimes be the case that you assume, well, we're currently in the business of snow removal. We'll probably always be in the business of snow removal. You're conducting a council hearing right now, and the way that you're doing it, you can imagine you will probably always do it. And if you think about every other program, whether it's community events or payroll or pothole repair, you can think about all of the programs you provide, and an interesting question to ask is, where are we headed with this program in the future? This type of exercise and this type of thinking assumes that you have opportunity to change the way that you provide your programs. And why would you want to do that? Because some of your programs actually are going to require more funding in the future. The change that you hope to see is that you're making even a greater impact on your community with the program that you provide. And that impact is going to probably cost something. You're going to need more resources for some of your programs in order to provide them at a higher level to make a greater impact on your residents. Where are you going to get those resources is a fundamental question, and that's questioning the future of other programs that you provide. Maybe you can provide a program more efficiently and free up resources in order to fund those programs that need more money in the future. Maybe if I'm a department head, I have a program where demand is going down, and I'm thinking about sunsetting the program or providing less of it. Maybe a program loses its relevance over time, and I can free up my investment in order to reallocate those resources again towards programs that need the funding. We can also think about it from a revenue perspective. Where are programs that we offer today where there might be some entrepreneurial opportunity? Maybe there's a partnership at play. Maybe there's a way that we can generate resources anew in a way that we haven't done in the past. And that's a valid question to ask for each and every program. So when your staff completed the program inventory exercise and the costing and the scoring relative to your strategic plan, they engaged for the very first time in what we call a program insight exercise to talk about, at a starting place, what are the opportunities we have for the programs that we provide today? To give you a sense of how this might look, this is one of our classic stories from the city of Boulder, Colorado, when they first went through priority-based budgeting. One of the programs that came on the table for a discussion was a city-provided yoga program from one of their divisions in Parks and Recreation. And as the department heads were thinking about the yoga program and as elected officials were thinking about yoga, they realized that this is an interesting program. They wondered, at some point in Boulder's history, we got into this business. We got into yoga, much like communities today might be getting into pickleball. And they did it because it matched their values. It was in alignment with their strategic plan to provide recreational opportunities that open up ways for their residents to be more healthy. And yoga at the time, probably in the 70s, for the city of Boulder became something very interesting that nobody else was providing. So here the city found a great opportunity to say, we're going to get into the business of yoga, really please our residents, add to their health and well-being. And this was a program that was probably very much in alignment with their key result areas at that time. Well, as they engaged in this thought process of thinking about the program's future, thinking about its past and thinking about its present, they said, you know, when we got into this business, nobody else was doing it. You fast forward to today, and you see that map over on the right-hand side of the slide. That's a map showing all the pins of new private studios and other publicly provided yoga opportunities. They said our reasons for getting into this business in the first place way back when are no longer valid today. There's so many places for our residents to access yoga. We should ask ourselves, is this truly the type of business we want to remain in into the future? One of the council members actually joked, I think there's more yoga studios in our community these days than there are Starbucks. And if you mentally kept track of all the pins on the map for yoga compared to, these are all the coffee pins for Starbucks, they were right. They now have so many yoga studios that it outnumbers the amount of Starbucks locations in their community. And the point being, the takeaway was to really question, hey, this program has served us well. It's served our residents in our community for such a long period of time. But it's okay to step back at some point and say, are we sure we need to remain in this business? Is this need being met? And might our residents be better served if we freed up and reallocated the resources and the investment that we make into this program to offer something new to our residents that they need, for which we don't have the resources to provide today? And that's the point. That's why we question the programs we provide, and it's why we need the data on what do we actually do, so it draws our minds to understanding where the opportunities might exist. So you think about the Boulder Yoga story, and it's not just about, in their case, partnering with the private sector, which they ultimately did. It's not just about lowering service levels. It's about questioning all the ways that we provide resources and looking for those opportunities for reinvestment. So we think about program efficiencies. We think about the sourcing question. Are there partners? Of course, we think about service levels, both on the reallocation side, as well as what programs need to elevate their service levels that would make a real impact in our community and really help us accomplish that strategic plan. And we think about the revenue side, the fees and the charges that we are intended to collect and how we can finance our programs in a new way. And your staff just went through this exercise, and that's what I want to just give you a quick glimpse of what they've been through. And it's a mental exercise, questioning the programs, applying what we call the blueprint, the priority-based budgeting blueprint. And the way it works, you see on the left-hand side of the screen in blue, it's much easier to start with, what do we need to be doing that we aren't doing today? What do we need to be doing more of that we aren't doing today? Or another way to think about it is, imagine it's 3 to 5 years down the road, and we think about the program that I'm evaluating. Does this program need to grow? Is it the kind of thing where if it's 3 to 5 years in the future and this program has not grown, we're in bad shape? These types of questions lead to pretty logical answers. That's a nod to Kelly in the audience from It's Logical. And staff can easily walk through their program inventory list and say, I think this program needs to grow if we are going to be in alignment to fulfill our 10-year strategic plan. So many of the programs on your list in the program inventory will get tagged with an indicator to say, this program has to be on a growth trajectory for the good of our community overall. And that's great. It's a great place to start. We have to begin with the end in mind. But if that's beginning with the end in mind in terms of what needs to grow, the next part of the question is, well, how are we going to get the resources we need in order to fund that left-hand side of the blueprint and the program needs that we have? And really, we have two levers. One, as you see the arrow pointing to here, is we could generate new revenue. We could really think entrepreneurially about our revenue models, how we charge for the programs that we provide. Are there opportunities to reconsider our fees or our charges to bring in new resources that we don't have today that could help us fund the future overall? We could think about partnerships where we become a partner to a nonprofit, to another local government entity, where maybe we provide a regional model. And we know in Alberta that you have many initiatives that call for this type of regional thinking and partnerships overall. That's extremely exciting. And some of those partnerships might actually bring new resources, new revenue into your organization. And you can think about it at a program perspective to come up with those opportunities at hand. We could think about grants, or we could think about ways that we could partner with the province or even the federal government overall. And finally, we absolutely could talk about new resources from our community by way of rates that we charge or taxation. But we leave that revenue bucket and opportunity as kind of a last resort because we want to look under every other stone possible for all of the resource opportunities that we might have. And that's the revenue side of the equation. Beyond revenues, bringing new resources in to fund the left-hand side of the blueprint, we can also look at, well, what do we currently have in our budget? We collect a lot of resources. Maybe we could simply spend it differently. That's just like the Boulder yoga story, right? They collect resources from their community, they reinvest them into programs that they provide, and maybe they could choose to invest those resources in a new way and look for partnerships. And that's why we say on the expense side, sure, we could look at other partnerships that might exist with other local governments, with the private sector, same way that we were looking at it from a revenue perspective. But in this case, it might be opportunistic. You might say, hallelujah, we were the first that had to start a yoga program. Now there's so many other providers. Great. Our community needs are being met. We're going to pull back our investment, save those resources, and reinvest in another new area that's really unto local government to provide for the needs of our residents. We could look at program efficiencies. How could new technologies really help us provide the same programs that we do for less resources and free those up and reallocate? We could look at the way we're organized across our departments and look for efficiencies across departments. That's one of the things that's so exciting about the program inventory is departments get a perspective of who's doing what. And if I begin to understand, like my example for community events, that there are so many departments who are in the business of really helping provide that type of program, then I can look cross-departmentally for redundancies or ways to work together in order to achieve efficiencies and free up resources. And finally, we absolutely could look at service levels. We could look at providing certain services at a lesser level. We can look at sunsetting certain services overall, all for the point of freeing up resources to fund what we might otherwise not be able to fund on the left-hand side of the blueprint. And if any of this has made sense, and I sure hope it has, this is using the data that you've put together by way of answering those three questions. What do we do? How much does it cost? And why do we do it in light of our strategic plan? And now with that information, asking a key question to tease out program insights in terms of what needs additional funding in the future and how we're going to develop some of that funding in order to complete the blueprint overall. And what your team just went through last week was your first ever efforts from a program insight perspective. You generated over 80 insights. That's 80 initial ideas or seeds of opportunity according to that blueprint overall. And you see that some of you might have been thinking, I bet every program, if I went through an insight workshop, is going to be on the left-hand side of the blueprint in terms of a service level increase overall. And what we're heartened to share with you is that it never turns out that way. Yes, departments come up with ideas about programs that need additional resources that are left-hand side of the blueprint that we absolutely need to grow in order to be in alignment with our strategic plan. But as you can see from this bar chart down below, there were service level decrease opportunities, partnerships, cost recovery, surely service level increase ideas, a whole host of program efficiencies, and you're just getting started. That's my punchline here. 80 insights in, using the data that you have just begun to develop and complete, you're off and running. And this is certainly going to serve you as you move into what's next. And that's the last part of my presentation is, where does this go? What's next from the work that you've done and what's exciting about the future that you're creating in your use of priority-based budgeting? I'll make this somewhat quick, but it is pretty powerful. And then I definitely want to make some time for question and answers. But you think about what's next, and you have all of this information before you. This is just to be illustrative, and it's probably overwhelming. But if you think about every program that you provide, we now can ask, what is the level of mandate for this program? Are we required to provide it by the federal government? Is there something from the province that requires us to provide a program a certain way? Because of your work in program inventory identification and program scoring, we can now begin to ask that type of question. What are all the programs we provide that are mandated by the federal government? And how much do we spend on those programs overall? Or what are the programs we provide that there's no mandate whatsoever? There's no federal mandate. There's nothing in the provincial legislation that requires us to provide a program. That's that level of mandate bullet point. That's one of the key scoring questions that was asked for every program. We have change in demand. Is the demand going up for a program? Is it status quo? Is demand actually going down for a particular program? How about population served or cost recovery or the degree of reliance that your residents have on you to receive the benefit of a particular program overall? Key to all of this, and the third question was alignment to your strategic plan, alignment to your priorities. Does this program, maybe it's not mandated whatsoever, maybe demand is flat, maybe it serves not the entirety of our population, but its alignment with our strategic plan is very strong. Or opposite end of the spectrum. What about a program where it's highly mandated, demand is going up, and it serves a large portion of our community? That's interesting, but what if it had no alignment with your strategic plan? Might you think about providing that program differently or looking for a partner? You have this data. This is the initial type of information that you've put together. Now, one of your neighbors, relatively speaking, I live in Denver, Colorado, so this is a lot closer on the map to you than it is to me, but is the city of Fort Saskatchewan. And they've been at this now for a number of years. What you see on the screen here is from their budget book, and it's kind of ugly data. This is line item data. And they transformed the way that they communicate, their departments communicate, and their executive leadership communicate with the elected officials and the residents by focusing in on programmatic changes. Sometimes when you look at the budget book, it can seem incomprehensible. It's all line items. It's looking at depreciation and financial terms that make people uncomfortable sometimes. But here in Fort Saskatchewan, you can see within every department, down to the program level. Here's cemetery operations in public works. We all know what that is. Here is tree and shrub maintenance. There's street lighting and snow removal. Hey, there's a snow removal program in Fort Sask, and they have events and festivals as well. And they communicate every year, here are the programs we provide, here's how much it costs us to do it, and here's the change that we're recommending for next year's budget. So communicating at this program level has really helped. If you talk to their budget manager, Shannon Andershow, it's really helped to focus council's discussions and questions on the policy related areas that you really want to be focused on. Of course, you can still see the line item data. That's in the back of the budget book, and we always have to preserve that. But we're just leveraging the line item data and bringing more context to the discussion so you can talk not only about line items, but the programs that they support and whether or not those programs are in alignment with the priorities that you're trying to accomplish overall. And I leave you with the city of Fort Saskatchewan's example because it illustrates where you can go in the budget process itself. Identifying the programs and the costs and the alignment is great. That's the data that you've put together right now. It's great to serve you in processes like the program insight process and the blueprint that we talked about. But also as we get into establishing a budget and really communicating what we do and where we're headed, I think this is a great example of where you're going to go next. I'll bring my presentation to a close. I have other pivot slides that I can bring up if we need it as questions come up, but I thought I could bring this to a close and turn it back over, Sue, perhaps to you, for any questions that you might have.
I move that City Council receives the priority-based budgeting report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I found it very informative, but I do have a couple of questions. Help me understand the process a little bit. As far as council goes, do we set what is an acceptable amount of the budget first, or do we identify what we do or what we should do first? I just want to kind of understand the process as it comes to us.
And Sue, you can direct me if you'd like me to chime in or if you have some perspective as well.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead, and then I can augment if needed.
Okay. It is kind of a chicken and egg question from my perspective, I'll say. And when we invented this body of work, priority-based budgeting, it came during a recession era when it was very clear that the community I worked in did not have the budget to sustain the current services that it provided. So given less resources were going to be coming in, the question was, well, do we raise more money or do we prioritize and scale back? That's where the chicken and egg discussion comes first. What do you do? For communities that work in priority-based budgeting, we always advocate it's super helpful to know where you're starting from. What do you do? How much does it cost? And are you in alignment? And with that information, that's going to inform you even a little bit more. Do you need to be looking at increasing the budget, asking for more resources, given where your current resources are being invested overall?
So I guess then my concern would be, how does council then let administration know that a 17% increase, because they've been identified as priorities, that's not, and I'm not saying that it will go up to 17%, but what I'm wondering is, all of a sudden we get dropped with a huge increase because these priorities, and I don't know if that would be acceptable. And so I'm just trying to understand where the initial conversation comes with to what's acceptable by council as far as an increase, if indeed that is the case.
Absolutely. So in the Fort Saskatchewan example, I'll just point to that because I was just showing that a moment ago. That becomes your budget deliberation. So the information that as staff I always wanted to show elected officials like you was, okay, so staff's doing its best to come up with budget recommendations in line with your priorities. If you are now confronted with a 17% increase in your example, you now have all of the budget requests in view and evaluated relative to your strategic plan and your priorities to say, is this really the highest priority? These are ranked. All of your programs are ranked. Budget requests can equally be ranked. And that becomes a much more fruitful budget deliberation discussion about what ends up being approved and what ends up being denied. But now you have a prioritization framework to say, hey, 17% is perfect. We need to fund all of these things, and now we're going to have to either reallocate from within to fund it or ask for new resources. Or you can say, I'm evaluating all of the requests of part of the 17%, and not all of these are in alignment with our priorities that have been specifically measured relative to the strategic plan.
So Chris, in ranking these priorities, is that a administration ranking or a council ranking?
Let me hit two parts. I'm going to just try to be precise with the words that you used. You have some options in terms of ranking priorities, the result areas themselves, where certain results can be weighted higher. And that's, as it pertains to ranking priorities, that's one option that you have as you now look at the overall prioritization list. What staff goes through is a program evaluation relative to priorities. So each program is evaluated in terms of how it scores or influences each and every priority in your strategic plan, in addition to categories like degree of mandate, change in demand, cost recovery, and so on. And so staff doesn't actually prioritize. They don't go through any exercise of ranking themselves. They score programs, and the programs that demonstrate the highest degree of impact on the priorities that you have set, by definition, will go to the top of the ranking list, as differentiated from programs that have less of an impact overall.
And my last question. In this type of budgeting, is there conversation that would be had as far as efficiencies within the PBB? Is that something that council then, or is that something that administration then discusses?
Great question. And so within that program insight exercise, I was hoping to start to lead you that way, that is a prime opportunity where program efficiencies would come on the table. And usually it's a means to an end. Usually it's, hey, I have a program and I realize, to use your example again, if you were trying to, if you were pretty well convinced that the 17% increase was outstanding, you have to find a way to fund it, then as staff, it would be incumbent upon me to find program efficiencies to try to reallocate resources to absorb that type of increase overall. So that's where a focus on program efficiencies or partnerships or changes to the level of service would really come into play in order to free up resources to fund the priorities that you're trying to afford.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Mr. Fabian. I second Councillor Billingsley's comment about thank you, and there are parts of this that really excite me, so I want to start that way. But one of the things that concerned me when you were talking, and then also when you were answering Councillor Billingsley's questions, is really what is council's role in the scoring? Because do we only show up in this entire process at strat plan and then at budget? So we're only debating that. And one of the things are, if we're the voice of the community and we're elected to be that voice of the community, the scoring part is what bothers. Like, I can't wrap my head around how we haven't seen some of that before the work's getting done, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. And again, Sue, if you would like,
Yeah,
I can check this point, but you can go for it.
I'll jump in on this real quick. So through the chair to Councillor Eberly, early in my brief presentation introducing Chris, I talked about administration is hopeful at the August meeting to have a discussion with council. So we're going to show you what we've come up with and that what we've scored and why and how it aligns with your plans. And absolutely, we're looking for council's input at that point before we bring back something on a budget book that you're just going to blow up and say this doesn't fit.
So the scoring is, we not debate that, but we discuss that with administration come August before we're presented with that in budget.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. This could maybe lead to staff reduction or staff reallocation, is that correct?
It's a resource allocation framework, so the choice is about, if you decided, hey, we're going to outsource a program or lower a level of service, then you do follow the trail to how would we do that? Would that include staff impacts? What is the overall recommendation? Whether you use priority-based budgeting or any sort of budget process, staffing is a key question.
So how do we maintain staff morale if we're doing this and staff are aware that this is going on? How do you maintain staff morale?
It's a very key and important question. And first I would say, forget priority-based budgeting. Budgeting in general, to the extent that budgeting has an impact on staff and what you can afford, that's the key question. In priority-based budgeting, sure, there's a different lens, a new lens on the use of resources, including human resources, on the priorities that you're trying to accomplish. But it's not like priority-based budgeting is causal to staff changes. It's the overall budget process in general. As we've gone through this over the years, it is the opportunity for staff members to really understand where they are allocated. We do this at Resource X, and we have just gone through our latest staff allocation to say, what programs does Chris Fabian provide? And are these programs in alignment with the priorities that we're trying to accomplish? In terms of staff morale, it really gives staff the opportunity to say, here's what I'm contributing to from a program perspective that is really in alignment with our community's priorities, and that's extremely exciting. And here are programs that I provide that perhaps are less aligned with the priorities that we're trying to accomplish, and talk about something that's empowering for staff and for managers and for departments to say, I might have an insight on this. I might be contributing or supporting a program that right now appears to be less in alignment. What can I do differently? How might I be able to reallocate my time overall? Those are the types of opportunities that we're looking for staff at their level across the organization to really have line of sight with the priorities that they are contributing to. And I think that's been really powerful over the years in priority-based budgeting.
So does that lead to protection of them trying to protect their programs and services during this process?
I would reframe that some of the process steps have been designed in priority-based budgeting to help diffuse that type of turf protection that is natural, not just in local government, it's natural in the private sector, it's natural in nonprofits, for someone to be on the defensive perhaps and seek to protect what they've built. Instead, what conversations we invite in priority-based budgeting include sharing what are the programs you provide, how much do you invest in those programs, and together, collaboratively across departments, we're going to talk about the alignment. Everybody is on the same playing field in terms of how their programs are scored equally based on the same criteria relative to priorities. And that has been one of the best ways in the process to help invite staff out of a position of turf protection and into, hey, we're all on the same playing field for the evaluation criteria we're being evaluated against, and who can argue with the strategic plan that is really council's role to establish.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation, Chris. Step 2 to me seems to be awfully critical in the process in terms of setting your cost baselines. And given its first kick at the cat, how does an organization catch and adjust oversight or oversights? I guess what I'm leading to is, you know, the example you cited was community events and setting up garbage cans. So in the costing of all this, you know, we've costed out the staff, and we costed out materials, and we've costed out setting up barricades. But darn, we didn't take into account that we had to come back and pick up all the garbage cans and those kinds of things. And then all of a sudden, when you set your budget and the budget comes in over, everybody's saying, well, gee, why are we over? Well, all of a sudden, it's because our initial setting of the baseline was off. So how do we guard against making sure that that baseline that we're setting at the onset is an accurate reflection of the true costs of PBB?
Great question. So let me try to add a little bit of clarity. And the example that you used is perfect because you're totally right. You would never catch everything. You would have a general oversight and your costs would be off ever so slightly. And that's why it's not that the budget now gets appropriated at the program level. So you will not have budget appropriation for garbage collection at events, and now a department needs to manage the spending control and limits at that kind of minutia. The program costing efforts, that question two that you're zeroing in on, are to help provide accuracy more so than precision in terms of what you're investing in each and every one of those programs overall. And that's helpful because let's say you as council, you have a meeting like today and a resident comes up to the podium and says, you know, our trash collection after the last event could really use some improvement. It's pretty uninviting in our community as a result of this special event. Then you might turn back to your program costs and say, in general, what do we invest in this? And if I was a department, I might come back and say, you know, we don't invest very much. Here's where we are. And this is a call to action to say, if you think that we should invest a little bit more and we can have a greater degree of garbage collection after a community event to create a welcoming community that's in alignment with our strategic plan, then that's an awfully good case. So I was trying to weave my little story or example back to what you were describing. Departments still need to manage a budget at a departmental level and with the spending controls that you have established in your community. There is not precision in the costing exercise such that you really want to get to spending control at a program level within a department. It's meant to provide a good baseline so you could say, you know, order of magnitude wise, we're probably not off by $1 million. We're not off by $100,000. We're not off by $10,000. We're somewhere close. And that becomes really important as you add up all the program costs within a department's budget to say, do we need more resources? Can we reallocate and save resources overall? I'll pause there and see, how is that helping at all with your question?
Maybe a little bit. I guess what I'm hearing then, or what I'm interpreting, is that we take this data and we put it back into a line item budget. And so how do you ascertain that the work you've done in PBB translated back into line item budgeting? Mm-hmm. And then how do you account for your successes or lack of performance in certain priorities then?
Yep. You're absolutely right on what you just said. So I'm a department, I have a line item budget. I have now translated those line items around programs that I offer, and I've gone one step further to score those programs in terms of their alignment with your strategic plan. And now as I enter the budget process, I might look at a program that I offer, and let's say it was a lower priority, and I'm thinking to myself, this is great. I want to reallocate resources. I now have a starting place to look at all of the line items that have been associated with my program and think through, okay, here's how much I could actually decrease. I'll give you a real life example that's pretty recent. One of the cities we work with is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and they're trying to go paperless, a paperless initiative to use less paper. And so they have a paper line item. That's their budget, their source of truth. They've allocated that paper line item to all of the different programs that use paper. And in order to go paperless, they have had to try to imagine, okay, take for instance printing a catalog of opportunities for parks and recreation programs that residents can participate in, Little League Baseball, tennis, golf, aquatics, and so on. And I said, well, if we reduced our offering in terms of that Parks and Recreation catalog, we think we're going to save a lot of paper because we just went through this costing exercise overall. Now, as we move online, we use more online resources. I'm actually recommending a reduction at the line item level for the parks catalogs. I'm recommending various notifications and flyers that we print and we send out, that those shrink. And as a department, the thought process is, I've already gone through step 2. I know how much these programs cost, more or less. I think I can really save this amount of money in paper, and that's going to be my recommended budget for next year. So what I was trying to get back to, I think you're definitely on the right track, that you're still tracking everything at the line item level, but now we have different context for why do we even have $500,000 in the paper line item to begin with. That's because we're providing these various programs that use paper overall, and now we're trying to drive a line item budget recommendation.
So then, thank you. Helping a little bit. Well, what happens then as you set your service levels and identify related costs to that in PBB, you translate it all over across into your line items, and so all these different projects come across, and the department managers now have X number of dollars to run all these programs to certain service levels. And along the process, there's been some miscalculation in terms of the kinds of dollars that have been allocated to that department. Who do we maintain the service levels and run a deficit budget, or do we come back and re-examine service levels to make sure that we are balancing our budgets?
Also a great question, and I would point to, I think a relevant example was what happened during the pandemic when it first unfolded. That wasn't an example of a miscalculation, but you could still think about miscalculations. It was a miscalculation to the extent that, we didn't predict the pandemic and the impacts that would have to each and every service that we provide. Nobody did. So take that instance though, you adopted a budget. You adopted a budget with certain assumptions for how your year was going to unfold back in 2020. And then the year unfolded differently. And whether that was a miscalculation or, hey, our planning assumptions did not capture the pandemic, all organizations had to pivot. What are we going to do about the fact that not everybody's coming into our facilities anymore? Where do we need more resources for people who are working from home? What about the fact that our parks and trail systems are now experiencing a significant increase in demand because people want to do outdoor activities where it's safe, and we didn't plan for such demand on our trails maintenance program overall. Those who did not have program data and allocated their line items to those programs had a really rough experience to try to figure out, well, how are these programs going to shift? What about the programs that really need to increase in services, and where are we going to get the money to fund these pivots? Maybe we can look at using less electricity in our facilities, and what about janitorial services that we don't have to provide because no one's coming to City Hall right now? Those are the types of pivots that took place during the pandemic, just to be illustrative. And having your budget aligned with programs so you know where those trade-offs can occur serves an organization so you can react much more quickly and in alignment with your priorities, as opposed to only having line item data overall. And I would use the same example for if you're looking at the next year ahead and you say, hey, we've done our costing for snow removal. And the fact of the matter is, we don't know what's going to happen next. Maybe it'll be a bad year, a heavy snow year, and maybe it won't. And so what will you do in that situation when you're starting to realize that what we budgeted for snow is either not enough or it's too much. Now you have the snow removal data to say, can I reallocate within my department? Is that appropriate? Or do I bring this to council and we need an actual budget amendment overall because we're changing the spending authority appropriation that was set at a department level? There's no automatic trigger for when something comes back to council necessarily, but hopefully that was illustrative of resource reallocation, resource changes at the program level that happen all the time.
Great, Chris. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Anyone else? Thanks very much for your presentation, Chris. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Item 10B, staff reports for information, communications procedures. Welcome, Ren.
Morning, Council. During the May 9th, 2022 regular Council meeting, Council passed Motion 2019-22, which directs administration to provide a report on communication procedures and practices for the July 11th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. The following report outlines the Communication Department's communication procedures and practices as per that motion, and the format of the report aimed to answer some of the specific questions asked during discussion of this motion in May. So we've got where we currently communicate city-related items, some challenges listed or requested, challenges we're facing with communications, how we can better communicate with our community members, as well as an outline of the current process for level of service change and the future process that will be developed once PBB is finished and internal service agreements can be drafted and signed with each department. So that's my report. I'm available for questions.
Councillor Elliott.
I will move that council accept the communication report as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any questions? Go ahead.
I had a couple through the mayor to Ren. Ren, we monitor social media,
Absolutely.
and how often?
Continuously.
Continue.
Yeah.
And then do you correct people when they've said something inappropriate or not factual?
Yes, we always strive to correct any misinformation and provide answers on our social platforms.
And how often is the website updated?
As often as possible, ideally. It depends on the content, right? If it's, say, the summer projects or construction projects page and you have updates weekly, then that page would be updated weekly, but some pages have fairly static information and don't require updating as often.
Okay. Well, some of that information, when the budget was proposed, did not get passed. So I was just wondering if there are enough resources to stay current.
We've, due to staff turnover, we have had some issues with keeping the website updated because we actually assign dedicated website representatives per division, even departmental level, if it's information heavy. So a lot of, those employees who had been designated as authorized users are no longer with the city. So now we've re-updated our list and we'll provide training shortly to ensure that there's continuity.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Question to Ren through the chair. So is the website a priority for communications?
Yes, because it's one of our main,
Yes, okay. It's just that there definitely is some gaps there, and I don't know if it's the site, which I'm not that thrilled with, but it is what it is. There's definitely some old information on there that certainly needs to get updated for sure. But I don't know, like I say, if it's a staffing issue and or a site-related issue.
Anything else? Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, thanks. Through the chair to Ren. Ren, you've talked about how there'll be some changes once PBB comes into play and everybody's responsibilities are more clearly defined and so on. So if we're operating here now, and the goal is we see this possibly happening because of PBB, what's happening in the interim? Is it just status quo until PBB comes in, or are you making changes as time goes on, or how are you accommodating that?
Well, PBB, the end result is, again, an organizational shared vision and alignment with what the priorities are as set out by council strategic plan. So it's, again, just enhancing the understanding and what we need to do to work together with other departments to ensure that we're meeting that. But currently we're drafting the service level agreements, we're identifying new website users, like we are digging very deeply into the day-to-day to make sure, okay, where are the gaps, how can we address them? And
Great.
then the PBB passing is kind of the icing on the cake, and then we can like meet with each department with the service level agreements at that point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I don't have a question, I have a comment. Just something that I didn't notice in this report that I have found very useful was the texting of city programs, right? So you can sign up, and Ren, you can correct me, is it the What If portal, or is it just on the regular website where you can sign up for the text notifications?
That would be notify me through the website.
Yeah, so you can go onto the website, get the text notices. I know they remind me that I have to be here at council now. But that I have found to be the most useful for me to know what's going on in the community. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Anything further? Thanks very much, Ren.
Thank you.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. S- 10C, staff reports for information, diversity and inclusion task force.
Good morning, council or committee. I'm providing an update on the council motion that was made on May 9th to identify a mowing community partner to transition the diversity and inclusion task force. So on May 9th, council had approved that motion, and on May 24th, city administration had called another meeting with the diversity and inclusion task force to update members on the decision made by council to transition the administration of the community to a willing community group. And during this meeting, community members had identified PRISM as a potential partner to transition to. Administration understands that after that meeting, PRISM Board of Directors voted to approve that transition, and since then our administration has been transferring all background information in terms of reference and related reference materials as per our FOIP policy. Moving forward, our administration will not attend the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force meetings. However, I do understand that both Councillor Lonsdale and Councillor Blatz had both verbally agreed to continue representing council and attending these meetings into the future. It should be noted as well that I believe our administration has taken down the sign up for the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force away from the city website. However, we have received a few applications since the May 9th meeting, and those applications have been transferred to PRISM as per our FOIP policy. That concludes my report and our efforts on this matter, and I can answer any questions that council might have.
Go ahead.
I move that City Council receive the report titled Diversity and Inclusion Task Force Update dated July 11th, 2022 as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
I don't know if my question would be to Paul. I'll ask Paul through the chair. Let me find it here. On the report, it said moving forward, administration will not attend the meetings. But it also states that Councillor Lonsdale and Councillor Blatz have agreed as representatives of council. Wouldn't they just be representatives of the community, since council, this is no longer a council board or a task force?
Through the mayor, Councillor Billings, I agreed. Yes, it would be. They'd be members just of the community attending, but they had just voiced a strong willingness to continue to stay active in those discussions.
And I agree to that, but it says representing council at these meetings. I'm wondering, does something need to be changed in the wording of that?
So through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, we have redacted this committee out of the bylaw for council, so it doesn't actually show up in a council committee anymore.
Okay.
So that would be the administrative work that needs to happen. I think the way that this report was written was not intended to convey that message.
Thank you.
Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you, sir. Through the mayor to Paul and to council. In my understanding, with the way things are looking now, and I think that I can speak for Councillor Blatz, I agree exactly with what Councillor Billingsley has said. I don't believe that I represent council on this anymore. I'm a private citizen, just to try to help keep things going, and I think Councillor Blatz is the same, so I agree totally.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 13A, bylaw 2019-22 to amend Land Use Bylaw 1804-13 to provide a seasonal commercial patio regulations, second and third reading. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much. This is on this time. Great. Following the public hearing this morning, this is bringing forward second and potentially third reading of this amendment to the Land Use Bylaw to allow patios. So I'll just quickly review what these amendments include. So going forward, actually as a result of the temporary patio policy that we had in place last year, we are proposing to bring forward these changes permanently into the Land Use Bylaw. So going forward, the concept would be that there are two types of patios contemplated in the Land Use Bylaw. So first of all, those outdoor restaurant patios are those patios that are developed on private property in association with an existing restaurant business. And then the other would be the sidewalk patios that are on public property, typically on the sidewalk in front of a business, or potentially in other locations. So for those outdoor restaurant patios, those on private land, as far as where they would be allowed, they would be a permitted use in all the zones where there is a restaurant type use. So that includes restaurant, pubs, lounges, nightclubs, or bars under those specific definitions of the Land Use Bylaw. And so they would require a development permit, and that permit would not be approved unless there was an existing restaurant there. And there are a list of regulations that would apply to those, so particularly that if it's within 75 meters of a property with a residential zoning, it shall be closed from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that is brought over from the existing regulations that currently exist for this use. Again, shall only be permitted as an accessory use to an existing restaurant. And they must comply with Alberta Building Code, particularly with respect to accessibility, shall be located to minimize parking stall loss, and must complement the existing business, must be kept in a safe and orderly manner, which includes making sure that it doesn't impede on safety as exits and entrances, shall not affect vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow, and must comply with AGLC, AHS, and other regulations. So then the sidewalk patios that we are adding now to the Land Use Bylaw are those that are in front of businesses. So the regulations there make sure that these patios don't infringe upon safe and easy pedestrian passage. So the regulations there will be that they shall be installed, again, just as an accessory to an existing restaurant. They shall only occupy the area abutting the frontage of the lot where the business resides, so making sure that they don't spread onto neighboring properties' frontages. They shall, again, not block any exits, particularly shall allow a clear path of pedestrian travel on the public sidewalk of a minimum of at least 2 meters. Shall not impede sight lines at an intersection to ensure public road safety. Shall be kept in a neat and tidy order, and shall be kept such that the items don't pose a safety to public, to a safety hazard to the public. They shall be monitored at all times by the owner of the business and shall be put away entirely when the business is closed, and again, also have to comply with AGLC and AHS regulations. Again, yes, those outdoor restaurant patios will require a development permit, but the sidewalk patios will not. The motion before you is for second reading and potentially third if council finds that, if council's amenable. The strategic plan goals and action items that this complies with are goal 1, the economy. We want to ensure that businesses can incorporate these different types of land uses, as these are a common way that restaurants would like to serve their patrons these days. And again, with the community, particularly those sidewalk patios, they really do work to activate the public space and contribute to positive community interactions in those public spaces. I believe that is all I have, and if council has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
I would move that City Council approve second reading of bylaw 2019-22.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I just have a question through the mayor to Andrew. When we talk about frontage, we're talking about frontage in the broadest terms. I'm thinking of one restaurant that, jeepers creepers, maybe putting something at the back as opposed to the front. So frontage means just an extension of the property regardless.
That is correct, yeah. Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, we did only contemplate frontage here. As far as I know, most of the businesses, the restaurants on Main Street do have space in the back.
I was thinking of one off Main Street.
Yeah. So in that case, if it is on private property, then it would be an outdoor restaurant patio, and those regulations would apply.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Andrew. Hypothetically, can allowance of a sidewalk patio be rescinded for specific restaurants if they're constantly in violation of the terms of this agreement?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, since we've incorporated these into the land use bylaw, we would deal with them as we would any other land use matter. And so if there was, essentially, since they're permitted use, if they comply with all the regulations, then we wouldn't be able to enforce on them. But yes, if there were infractions, we would issue a stop order or notice through the land use bylaw enforcement process that way. And they would be required to bring that particular issue into compliance.
Okay, thank you. And how did we arrive at 2 meters of public sidewalk? Because in many areas, 2 meters leaves very little space to set up any kind of patio.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I believe that 2 meters comes from the building code accessibility guidelines as kind of the minimum required for someone who is potentially in a wheelchair to be walking beside somebody who's not, or 2 wheelchairs beside each other even. And so that's where that minimum comes from. And so, yes, recognizing that that might leave little space for a restaurant to set up a patio, we did want to ensure that essentially we prioritize that accessibility aspect. And so unfortunately, if there's not enough space there, then yeah, that is the option left for the business.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move that City Council approve third and final reading of bylaw 2019-22.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 14, in camera session, section 16 and 25.
I'm just going to pull that up. I move that City Council proceeds with the meeting in an in-camera session to discuss a matter which falls under Section 16 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. We will reconvene in the committee room. Looking for a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Aberley, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We are going to take a lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:27.
Set your watch.
That's an hour, right? You just make sure I
56
can-
minutes. Please do. Okay, we are going to reconvene. I gave you an extra minute. You're welcome. Moving on to 15A, request for public hearing for the disposal of land being a 1.3 acre portion of Plan 8721715, Block 9, Lot 27, Municipal Reserve. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much. So this particular matter of the removal of the municipal reserve was brought to council earlier this year, and council directed administration back in February to conduct further public consultation regarding the sale. And so our engagement plan there is to send direct mail out notifications to everyone who lives around that neighborhood, anyone who would be affected by this change to this park. So our plan is to do that, and in preparation, this is just a request for council to make a motion that we actually schedule the public hearing. So the request is that the public hearing be scheduled for August 22nd. And I think I'll leave it at that. All the details will come out at the public hearing at that time. This is just to schedule it. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Perfect. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council schedule the public hearing for the disposal of the 1.3 acre portion of Plan 8721715, Block 9, Lot 27 MR for August 22nd, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to Andrew. Would you rather we hold our questions till then?
Oh, I think it's up to Mr. Chair.
Well, no, I mean, mine's related to the actual property.
Right, yeah, and this motion is just to schedule a public hearing.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I'll just wait till then.
Please, yep.
Sure.
You're welcome.
And of course, any questions that you have that you'd like administration to answer, you could give to in advance so that they had the information for you for that meeting. Perfect. See, you taught me well. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15B, cash in lieu of parking policy CO-031, update.
Thank you very much. So this was another request of council that we bring forward information regarding the parking, cash in lieu of parking policy as it currently stands. And so I've provided the information here, and then you'll notice that the motion there is fairly wide open. So I'll present this and then answer any questions, and if council has any direction they would like to make, that is up to you. So the report attached here is just a review of our current cash in lieu parking policy. So currently, this is, the policy applies to all of the parking within the downtown district overlay, the DDO, so that's with respect to our downtown businesses. And the intent there is that since most of these businesses don't have on-site parking space because the development style there is to have zero lot lines, and in many cases the buildings are built over the entire property line or the entire property area, where we would otherwise require that the landowner provide parking on site, these businesses don't have that opportunity. And so with an eye to fairness and to ensuring that there is enough parking downtown, this policy is in place which provides these businesses the option to pay $1,000 per required stall so that the city can then provide public parking areas, and that money would go towards maintenance of those parking lots. So this was first brought into place in 1994, and it has changed here and there since then, and it was most recently reviewed in 2018. And back then it was spurred again by a motion of council to determine whether it should be rescinded. So currently there are 141 city-owned parking stalls in the downtown area that would be applicable or that are under this policy. There are also 6 privately owned larger parking lots, which are owned by these businesses, No Frills, the TD Bank, RBC, Alberta Service Center, and Vision Credit Union. and the Heritage Museum. So these are privately owned parking lots, and so people probably do park there and use them as a parking amenity, but they are not necessarily available for public parking. And of course, each of those private landowners could take whatever measures they wanted to restrict public parking. I know some of them are happy to have people park there because it is an amenity for the downtown. So that map below shows the number of parking stalls that are available in each of these city parking lots. So under the current policy, we did identify some challenges as it currently stands. So at this time, there isn't an up-to-date downtown parking inventory. So that would be an inventory that includes all street parking locations, street parking stalls, combined with these city parking stalls, combined with whatever public or private stalls there might be. So there isn't an inventory that really captures, ultimately comparing what the demand might be versus how many stalls there are. And that would be, to have that inventory would make this parking policy a lot more effective and a lot more accurate. Since this was introduced in 1994, we did do a quick search, and we looked through the development permits that we could find readily available, but we are pretty sure that there are some gaps in the record keeping as far as what businesses might have paid for parking through this policy since 1994, and so our recommendation closer to the end is that we would like to take a deeper look into that. And then just communication. So there have been misunderstandings. Some landowners have been under the impression that, you know, they've paid this money and it means that they have reserved the parking stall in front of their business on the street. Things like that. And so that could definitely be clearer in the policy and in our process of approving. As far as where the funds go, so the funds collected from this cash and lieu policy are earmarked for the maintenance of existing public parking lots. So it's those lots that are shown on the map there. And this strategy is similar to other comparable municipalities. The money could also go to the creation of shared or joint use parking, leasing spaces in underused private parking facilities, so parking, shared parking options, or funding and maintaining alternative transportation modes. So those are some possibilities for spending this money. So in our little dive, just for this review, we have found since 2016, the city has received $51,000 from cash and lieu payments. If we are to discuss rescinding this policy, we did highlight the biggest risk here is that that could result in a perception of unfairness where normally for any business in town it is a requirement of the Land Use Bylaw that parking be provided, and so since this is in lieu of that, essentially rescinding this could be seen as unfair in the downtown district. It could be seen that we'd be essentially saying that we don't require you to provide parking, and since we are not rescinding a similar requirement for other businesses in town, yeah, there is that perception of unfairness. The other risk is that we are essentially forgoing that revenue that does go towards maintaining those lots. So, as a result of this review, at this point in time, a recommendation is that the parking policy, like the cash in lieu of parking policy, remain in place, particularly because, so just with some quick math there, since there's 141 stalls that are under this policy at a rate of $1,000, theoretically, we would run this policy until we've received that total $141,000. So even though there are some gaps there, we are pretty sure that we're not $90,000 short on that. So our recommendation would be to keep this in place so that we are not forgoing that revenue and that the issue of fairness remains fairly in place. If it is the case that we have been overcharging for those, we certainly can provide refunds. Second recommendation there is that we would do a closer look to make sure to do our best to make sure that we can account fully for all of the money that has been taken in so far. And then really, ultimately, if this policy were to be applied appropriately, accurately as possible, we really would need to do a parking study to make sure that we are providing enough parking, for one thing, in those city stalls or those city lots, and also to explore other opportunities like shared parking or investing in other alternative transportation modes that don't require parking stalls. And the other thing is the asset management side and making sure that we are setting the rate at a value that is appropriate for our maintenance. There was a quick kind of desktop estimate of what the maintenance to these lots these days would be based on last year's asphalt overlays costs, and the estimate there was that it would cost about $300,000 to maintain all of these lots properly. And so, of course, if we're only charging $1,000, we're only really going to take in about half of that under the full policy. So we would need to make sure that we are setting the rate fairly. So those are all the recommendations and really the wish list. So I will answer any questions council has at this time.
Billingsley.
Before I make a motion, just for clarification, and I'm not sure, Andrew, if you're going to be able to answer this through the chair. There's $51,000 that has been collected or thereabouts that is known. Where is that money sitting? And of the $51,000, have we spent any of that over the last 20 years, since 1992? And that's probably very tough for you to answer.
It's a good question, and yeah, through the chair, I would defer to the finance department
Sure.
for a final answer on that. I don't know if they can answer it either.
I honestly will have to double check on that for you, just to make sure on which accounts where it is, but we did locate at least those funds. So, and at this point, we're not aware that there were any of that were allocated for the expenses, so.
Okay. And you had said that $300,000 is what it would cost to fix up the lots. So we've got $51,000 sitting there. So even if we raise the $300,000 for those, in life expectancy of a parking lot can't be more than 15 to 25 years, I'm guessing. What happens after that? Then it goes back into just being part of regular maintenance, right?
Probably.
So
the short answer is that would be part of our review here, is to determine and consult with the asset management program as well.
I'll yield for now.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council rescind that policy. Just a sec, whatever policy number it is.
C0-031.
Yeah, seeing as how I made the motion in 1992, I might as well make the motion to rescind it in 2022, only 30 years later. Could I speak to that?
Please.
You're laughing.
I'm not laughing.
I hope you're laughing with me, not at me.
Just I love how it's come full circle.
Yeah.
It's not lost on me.
That's why I'm dizzy. Just a few things, Mr. Mayor, through to Andrew. Our parking lots are not used very much. The city parking lots, if you drive downtown right now, they're not used very much. I will be personal. My son has two businesses. his source for sports store when it's budget time and tax time, you can't park in front of his store because of all the people that are at H&R Block. And he has Stitch and Magician, and when the parents are coming to pick up their kids from dance studio, you can't get in front of his store either. And he paid for both those properties to have parking stalls. So it doesn't seem to, you're paying for this, but then you don't even have access. And yes, I agree, they shouldn't be private stalls.
Sorry, did you say there should be or shouldn't be?
No, there shouldn't be. I think the only stalls that should be specified would be for handicapped persons. But I just think, okay, we're going back to PBB from this morning. That's a service to our citizens. So now we have to decide on the priority. If it's a priority, then do people pay? So then do we have parking meters? Do we have pay tickets that you go in just like you do in hospital and stuff in Edmonton? Or do we leave it free and that's a service to our community? But I just think that this policy has been in effect for so long, and I know some people paid and some people didn't along the years as they developed. And this came in way back when there was a business revitalization zone, and we had a downtown business association, and they were trying to get more people to come downtown. At this point in time, and I'll finish with this, we have a lot of business people who park in front of their own stores. And they would rather have their customers walk than they walk to their businesses. And I just think that this is just a policy that's out of date, 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. So, Andrew, if this motion does pass, where does that put your department as far as going forward with some form of parking, like through the land use bylaw? Does that affect other businesses that aren't necessarily downtown? Or is it more of you're worried about the fairness?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it really, I guess essentially if there was no parking or cash in lieu policy, it would technically, those downtown businesses would need to provide parking somehow, and of course they can't do that on their lots, so we would probably just waive that requirement, and so.
So would this then lead your department then into taking a look at the land use bylaw as far as Boston, I'll use Boston Pizza as an example, that they are required to have 38 parking stalls. So would that then be something that you would look at of changing that in the future then?
That is certainly part of it, yeah. Reviewing our actual parking requirements would certainly play into this, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, there's only so much land. We can't make more parking spots. That's unless we go underground or we go up.
That's the note that I had made here too. There's no more land, and the number of commercial spaces is already established. What I'm struggling with though is and I guess we haven't done a good enough job of maintaining or setting up a reserve to make sure that the existing parking is looked after. And part of that would have come through, or should come through, the fee for parking spaces. And that's just what I'm wrestling with. It comes down to, is it then it's subsidized by taxes for parking downtown for businesses, or do businesses help offset some of that cost? And that's the cost of doing business as well. And I'm wrestling with how to manage that moving forward. And the list that administration or Andrew had shared with us from other communities was fantastic. I mean, obviously we're not alone in the thinking or the rationale behind paying for spaces that they wouldn't be able to provide. And a lot of that comes from being in an older city. When they developed the downtown, it was buildings all the way across with no parking in behind or rear access to the businesses there to be able to utilize the parking that is available. And it's funny, you go to Edmonton or Calgary or any of the other big cities, and you'd walk blocks to get to wherever you need to, but heaven forbid you walk any further than a storefront or two away from the business you want to get to. Like, that's just completely unheard of, and people will not go shopping because they can't park in front of business A, but would park blocks away in a parkade to go to an Oilers game or wherever you had to go. So, and part of in the policy, it's written that if parking has been paid for previously, the new owner or the new business doesn't pay for it again, right? Like if it's paid for, right? So it's not like we're
That's right.
perpetually charging any new business that happens to come in there. So I think that we need to clean up the policy and make sure that all of it's accounted for, and we start looking after the parking lots better, and we make it a priority through our budget process that we allocate X number of dollars to parking lot maintenance or repairs moving forward, along with the policy that allows the city to charge for parking that isn't available from that business. And then it is partially business paid and paid for by the tax base to be able to provide or have those businesses there as well. The one sticking thing that I have is that, are we limiting who comes in as a business because they don't have the extra, I don't know what it would be, $6,000 or $10,000 or whatever it would need for a parking spot because they don't have it because they're in the middle of Main Street? Is that limiting them from opening a business? And if so, how we have a clause in the policy that says, like, it can be graduated over 2 years or 3 years, so it's not a full payment up front. And I didn't reread the policy to see if that's something that exists already, but part of the motion, or the second motion, was amending the land use bylaw, but I wouldn't have it removing the requirements, but updating it so that it's a lot more user-friendly, or so that it allows the grace for those businesses that are moving in that can't maybe afford it right away to be able to pay into that over time as well. And maybe that gives them a little bit of an opportunity to go outside of their comfort zone and invest in establishing a business downtown. So I think that's where I'm going to lie on that, is that I won't support rescinding the policy, but I will on amending the policy to make it a little bit more land use, or make it a little bit more user-friendly, and have the ability to have businesses come in and pay that over a period of time as opposed to upfront. Go ahead.
And I will support this. And for the reason is that it's a one-time payment, but it isn't actually creating any more parking stalls. And in fact, as we said, we're short on the dollars to even renovate the parking spots. And then in 15 years, we're still going to have to do it all over again, and yet there's no income coming in. And as well, the point you made is that a new business comes in, they're generally speaking are mom and pop or operations that, and I stated this when I guess 3-4 years ago when I brought forward to rescind the policy before. Most small businesses, when they're first starting out, fail. More fail than succeed, and we are penalizing them before they even open up their door. So for that reason, because it's not actually creating more parking stalls, it's essentially a tax. And the businesses in this community, their tax rate is twice as much as residential. They should be getting some services for their tax dollar.
Councillor Averly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council, I had actually debated whether or not I needed to excuse myself from this conversation as somebody who operates one of the businesses that have one of the private parking lots in the downtown core, and I made the decision because we don't make money off of that, that it wasn't a pecuniary interest in and of itself. So I just want to speak on behalf of those of us who have the private parking lots and saying, for me, it's not even about fairness, it's about keeping that idea there that there is responsibilities of businesses towards their customers. So when a business comes in nearby, I have, for example, one of my neighbors basically uses half my lot. And we have verbal agreements between us, but it became a conversation because he knew he couldn't provide those parking spots. It's expensive for the parking, for us to keep that on. Again, not us, because we don't have to pay that tax base on that huge land. But it is horribly expensive to maintain. We have extra things with keeping your parking spots, extra costs that go towards businesses as well, that we're not asking those people who are coming in to do their businesses. And whether it's mom and pop or nonprofit or somebody who is very profitable, maintaining fairness is a ability for us to speak that this is a necessity, that we require you to provide something for your customers, but not everybody else. And so I will not vote in favor of the motion because that's why, is looking to those of us who have the private parking spots. We're struggling with the businesses around us using our parking spots anyway. So we're making all those costs. I don't get anything back from this putting forward, but it's keeping it front and center to those businesses that there are others around, making up for that for them. And I get it, the buildings aren't there, they don't have the room, but it just keeps that in their mind. Thank you.
My question through the chair is to Andrew. So if this policy is rescinded, does that then, will that trigger the next step for you as far as the land use bylaw then? I just want clarification of that too. Will that, your next step would be?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I guess my next step then would be to ask council, probably in the 2023 budget, to do a review of downtown parking, because certainly we should do some more in-depth study to make sure that whatever policy we have in place is actually effective and efficient. So that would require, probably at the very least, like an inventory and demand analysis and things like that, because we don't want to be just guessing. We do want this to be data-based, and so that would be the next step. And ultimately, yeah, it would filter into the land use bylaw.
Then I'm going to follow. So is it your feeling, direction as far as that land use bylaw to change the parking requirements for non-downtown businesses? Is that something that's you're entertaining?
Certainly that would be on the table, yeah.
And next question, and I'm not sure it's to you or to finance. In the last 6 months, last 2 years, we have not collected any, there's been no turnover as far as businesses, so we have not collected anything anyway, and probably won't collect any this year. Is that fair to say? It showed, I think, 2018 was the last time we collected.
That's correct. We haven't collected any in the last couple of years, and probably not anticipating this year either.
Thank you.
This is only for, thank you, Mr. Mayor, this is only for downtown business people. So if a similar restaurant business was going to open downtown and another one was going to open in another part of the city, the one located downtown would be paying extra for parking stalls.
If they didn't have it, yeah.
if they didn't. So that would be like a tax. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you. And then just to follow up on that, there is the requirement in new development outside of the downtown core to provide the parking spots. So there may not have been an immediate tax, but then for that upkeep, it is actually cheaper still to move into a downtown core where you have to pay $1,000 per parking spot than through the extent of your business continue to have to upkeep the parking that you are required to have. Because they couldn't just get out of it because they didn't want to. Like, that's my understanding of the policy. I'm building, but I'm not going to build any parking spots and just pay the $1,000 isn't an option.
And it's
Correct?
not even the upkeep, it's you have to, the additional land you'd buy, plus creating that parking spot, plus maintaining it.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead. Is your mic on?
If the land use bylaw then is changed, that may not necessarily be the case that they're required to do that outside of the downtown. I mean, if you open up a new business and build on 56th and you choose not to put in parking spots, if that is changed, that's on you and not, you'd probably want to go where there is ample parking for your customers instead of forcing it upon you. I mean, it's a business decision that you want to have those parking spots because you want to service your customers, right? If you build a building and provide no parking, chances are customers aren't going to come to you.
May I follow up?
And then the problem you have is what downtown looks like right now with no parking available. And in 30 or 40 years, if the auto mile fills up the way that our downtown has, without providing parking spaces, we now have the auto mile that doesn't have as many businesses because it's tough to find parking. So if we're changing the land use bylaw on parking and we make it so that businesses on the auto mile or anywhere else in town doesn't require parking, we have the exact same problem we do downtown, someplace else. So I mean, obviously I'm not supporting that, to not have that as an option, but having that in the bylaw saying that you have to have this number of parking stalls for the type of business you're going to have gets us out of the issue that we have downtown. And so I argue that while sure it's a business decision to provide that or not, but as stewards of the community, making sure that everybody's successful, including the city, you have those bylaws in place to make sure that things like downtown don't happen.
But there is parking downtown.
Not enough.
Well, somebody said earlier that most of the public lots aren't even being utilized. So
Because
there is
people-
parking downtown.
Because people won't park behind a building or behind a business. So, and going way back, if we're going to talk about how we could have set things up differently, then maybe one of the building or the land use bylaws is that if you don't have parking out front, and your parking lot is in the back, that you have a rear access to your store. All of these different caveats that you could have had, or these conditions had on your development 100 years ago when downtown was built, then we don't have those issues. But a number of the businesses downtown don't have rear access. So there isn't parking downtown, so that there is that ability for city-owned lots that are being used for parking, then get refurbished or refinished or redone when it needs to be done. And this is just a small part of it. If we've got $50,000 in the parking lot reserve, then we need to make a concentrated effort to make sure that we're looking after those parking lots now. Maybe part of the problem that they're not being used is because they're not user-friendly, or maybe they're not set up appropriately. So we need to be looking at stuff like that to make sure that they are appropriate for the uses and for people to get around. And mobility issues are a big part of that. And we're starting to address that now, but we have a long way to go before Wetaskiwin is actually walkable or getting around. Wheelchairs, strollers, wagons, whatever. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to finance. If in fact we should have been collecting 140,000, we've collected, we think, somewhere around 50,000, could you give me an idea what kind of time, energy, whatever it would take to reconcile who's paid, who hasn't paid, what were outstanding and per business and how much per business? Like, what does this work entail?
Through the mayor to the councillor. At this point, it would take a considerable amount of time because we are going back a number of years. It would be determining what businesses were actually in place at that point in time. So determining ownership of those buildings and who was having to pay. So I'd have to look at it to determine what kind of costs that we'd be looking at in terms of allocating resources towards that.
Thank you, sorry.
It's okay.
Anything further? You just pull a motion up so everybody knows what we're... Go ahead.
So if this motion were not to pass, then we would see a fair amount of reconciliation going on this year and then billing out next year? Is that what the plan would be? I don't know who to direct the question to. I'm sorry.
Sorry, did you say billing out?
Well, we've got to send a bill to people who haven't paid. We're in arrears a number of parking stalls, are we not?
I don't think there's any action that would come out of this. So what are you insinuating, that we would give the money back?
No, no.
Money that hasn't been collected, we would then make the attempt to collect.
Well, we can't. The way that the policy and everything's written, you have to wait until a development permit is pulled. So you would basically just say we're stopping collection at this point, and there will be no further collections.
But he's talking about the collections that haven't been made.
Well, we don't know that that hasn't happened, though. We have to assume that as the development permits got pulled, that that fee was attached to those permits. The fact that they can't find, like, reconcile it just means a lot of extra work to go back and try and reconcile what previous administration did with that money.
So are you saying then, for clarification, that when development permits were pulled previously and they needed to pay a fee, we did not charge them a fee?
No, we did. We would have to go back and reconcile every one of them, though. I don't know if you remember the last time this was brought up. Administration had brought forward a report, and we tried to look for the report, but we couldn't find it in iCompass. There was a different number that was presented, so there was other money that was accounted for previous to 2016, but because we couldn't find proof of it, we didn't report on it in this. But a previous administration had reported that there was other money collected and they wanted to use it for the asphalt overlay program in the parking lots.
So then, I'm missing something here then. So everything would be maintained status quo until somebody else came onto Main Street and said, I'm pulling a development permit.
Correct. And if they haven't paid before, then they would be responsible to pay. If that building hadn't paid before.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. In terms of moving forward and amending the bylaw so that it's clearer, is that then direction you need from council, or is that what administration is going to be doing regardless to clean up that bylaw and bring it back so that we can review it?
Yeah, at this point, I think that it is something we would, it's high on the list of planning projects as far as I see, as far as it's obviously an important thing to council and it's an important thing to the city as well as a whole, that parking and all its policies and framework be actually accurate and effective. So that is high on the priority list, and so yeah, I think a parking study would be something that I would like to take on probably within the next year. And
Would
I
that
think
be something,
would be the first
would you
step.
bring that back then for budget, saying that this is something we need to do?
Yeah.
And then direction from council could be given through that study, amending the bylaw to make sure that it's cleaned up. And as well as with that, well, I guess you would wait to have that study. And then our 2024 budget then could reflect on what council wants to do to make sure that parking lots are also included in some kind of reserve fund so that we've got that looked after.
Yes.
Is that how you see that playing out?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to what Councillor Nielsen said, though, do we want our finance department going back and looking through all the archives to find out who hasn't paid? That just seems like, or do we just move forward?
I think we move forward. I don't think the plan was to go back. That wasn't your plan, was it, Sue, to go back?
Okay.
Unless it was direction from council to go back and reconcile.
Okay, and secondly, every study that we've had in this past year's budget was between $50,000 and $60,000. So now we're going to spend $50,000 on something that we only have $51,000 in the bank that hasn't generated any money over the last 3 years. And we're going to spend $50,000 on that.
Possibly. It'll be something brought back at budget time for deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
One more comment. So, and this is going to lead back to our discussion this morning about PBB. Would this then be something that would be on the list of priorities? Like, I'm still trying to, I guess, grapple understanding how this PBB works. And so if it's not on the top of priorities, does that mean it gets pushed aside?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we actually, I don't know if we fully rolled it out to all the staff yet, but our direction from SLT is going to be no business cases and no charters unless they're absolutely necessary this year. We need time to get caught up and set our foundation, and then have a discussion with council about what the priorities are. Now, this particular one does relate to the economy, which is still council's #1 goal, but we have a lot of different business cases that we will have them on the list, and we will prioritize based on how we interpret your goals. And then, of course, it is council's discretion to pull anything above the line that we have unfunded as funded.
Thank you.
Item 15C, C0-011, sponsorship and advertising policy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gandam and members of council. Can
Welcome,
everyone hear me?
Natasha. You betcha.
Everyone, perfect. Sounds good. So in front of you today is the draft sponsorship and advertising policy. The objective of the policy is to provide guidelines around revenue generation through sponsorship and advertising on or in city-owned property. Policy has previously been brought to council on June 13th for feedback, and administration has since made those amendments to the policy, and today we are seeking approval of the policy. So I will note the policy as written does not preclude agreements with groups such as the Iceman, Wetaskiwin Minor Hockey, and Wetaskiwin Curling Club from existing, and administration would still have the ability to continue with those agreements if desired by council. In the future, administration will likely explore revenue share options with those groups for the advertising within the arenas and the curling rink. So yeah, everything should be in the RFD and the policy is attached, so I'll open it up to any questions that you guys may have for me.
I move that City Council rescinds CO-021 private advertisement policy.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. I promise nothing changes from every time we get into a new item, somebody has to make a motion. Every time I look out, everybody's looking at me and looking at each other like, now what? That's fair. Councillor Billingsley. Motion made by Councillor Billingsley.
No comment.
Nothing? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Natasha. So there are existing sponsorship agreements in place, and you're saying those will not be impacted, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So there are agreements in place with users at the arenas, but they're not specifically advertising agreements. So they're a bit unique in that, and this policy would actually not impact those.
So then you're saying those are not advertising arrangements, they are rental arrangements then?
Through the chair, yes. So it's an agreement in place where we allow groups like the Icemen to have agreements with businesses for advertising within Arena 1 and Arena 2, but it's not an advertising agreement between the city and the Icemen.
Thank you. So is there a reason why you've excluded those from this policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, administration had talked, and at this point we felt it was best to extend those agreements until we got a better understanding of the impacts to those groups, because the feedback we have received, it would mean that those groups may not be able to continue without that revenue coming in, as well as it would be a lot of work for administration to manage each of those individual agreements.
So we don't have sponsorship agreements with organizations like the Icemen or Wetaskiwin Minor Hockey, but they've got sponsorship deals with businesses or individuals. None of that will be affected with this new policy, and we're going to see the impact of what that might look like moving forward. But as it stands right now, the way that this new policy is written, it specifically says that the sponsorship agreements and advertising agreements that are in effect prior to this policy coming into effect are exempt from the operation of this policy. But if you're saying we don't currently have a sponsorship or advertising agreement with them, does that then mean that they will no longer be able to sell advertising or sponsorship space, or everything remains status quo moving forward, and that's a discussion for later on?
To the chair, the latter is correct, so everything remains status quo until later on, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha. Natasha, they have timelines on their agreements, though do they not, like the Icemen would have? This is a 2-year or 3-year agreement that they have for advertising. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes. I don't know the exact duration of all their agreements, but I think they do have like a 3-year agreement with certain businesses.
Right, they're not in perpetuity.
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And I would just like to say, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank Natasha for all her work on bringing this policy to us. Thank you, Natasha.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
My question to Natasha through the chair. So you said that these agreements could be a 1 to 3 year. So are we advising these groups, whether it's the Icemen Minor Hockey, to not to go into negotiations going forward? Because if they sign a 3-year agreement with company B tomorrow, then that puts it out another 3 years. And then if you do it the following year, it's another 3 years from there. So are we asking them to not go into an agreement going forward until we get this cleaned up? Or agreed upon, I guess?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. I'll ask Paul or Candace to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think because the agreements we have with the Icemen and Minor Hockey are so unique, we may look at revenue share agreements, so they give us a portion of whatever they're bringing in for advertising, and those agreements would be approved by council. Right now, we are just extending those agreements for 1 year to give us some time to do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council approve the CO-011 sponsorship and advertising policy as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Natasha.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You as well. 15D, JEDI funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The purpose of this RFD is to obtain funding approval from Council to pay out the amounts that are owing as part of the Joint Economic Development Initiative's Revenue Sharing Master Agreement we refer to as JEDI. JEDI has been a topic of discussion now for several years, is my understanding, specifically the city's position on getting out of the revenue sharing agreement. And through arbitration on some points, it was determined that the city was deemed to have given notice to leave the JEDI Society and that the city may not have given proper notice to get out of that agreement. Through an attempt of negotiations with remaining JEDI members, it was clear that they did not want to accept any negotiations relating to the existing revenue sharing agreement, and as such, the city must fund the liability for the years from 2018 through to 2021, totaling $290,103.79. This amount reflects adjustments made for the incentive tax bylaw on one of our property tax rolls, which reduced the 2020 allocation by just over $17,000, and the 2021 receivable, because in fact in 2021 we actually are starting to receive money back to the municipality. So that portion has actually increased somewhat through that tax incentive program. Moving forward, if all things remain equal, the city will be receiving just over $57,000 annually from JEDI. And note the 2022 allocation would also see a further adjustment because of that tax incentive program of just under $6,000 as well. This would be the final year for that incentive bylaw, but so effectively then from now on it's just over $57,000 depending on tax rates and things for the different partner municipalities. Council passed the following motions in regard to the decision to end the agreements in 2017 and then again in 2019, where they directed administration to close the JEDI reserve and transfer the remaining funds into the contingency reserve. At this point, we are now asking Council to consider paying the portions for 2018 through to 2022 collectively out of that contingency reserve.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, we also received a letter from JEDI on July 7th, late last week, asking for Council to consider concluding the revenue sharing by decreasing percentages each year until all parties were out of JEDI and it was closed.
Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that City Council directs administration to seek legal advice on the options related to the letter received from JEDI on July 7, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Well, I'd met with the Reeve a couple of years ago to see if we could settle this outside of mediation. At that time, it sounded like the county wasn't interested in that. They wanted to wait to hear what the mediator, was it mediation or arbitration? They wanted to wait until they got a ruling back from the arbitrator. And in my opinion, they got the ruling back from the arbitrator, the decision back from the arbitrator that they wanted. It said that the revenue sharing was going to continue on in perpetuity, which is obviously to the county's benefit, because at that time we were sharing about $142,000 a year in revenue sharing through the JEDI agreement. We had made a number of offers and sent a couple of letters to, 3 letters to their CAO for county council's consideration to work through this, and again, trying to maintain that relationship between the county and the city. And there wasn't a counter offer, there was barely an acknowledgement of the offer that we had made. So we had waited, spent money, gone through the arbitration process, and again, in my opinion, the county got back the ruling, or the opinion that they had wanted, that the revenue sharing through the JEDA agreement would continue in perpetuity until all 3 parties decided collectively to get out of the agreement, which was fine. And I told the county that from day one back to 2017, that anything that happened through the JEDI negotiations or us getting out of it, regardless of whether we owed them the $142,000 a year in perpetuity or not, that it shouldn't affect the relationship that the city had with the county. And they agreed. And then we got into ICF negotiations, and one of the first comments made was that how can we confidently get into an agreement like the ICF when the city just backed out of the JEDI agreement? And so I questioned the CAO and said, you know, when we started this conversation, I said that I didn't want to mix the two, and you agreed wholeheartedly that that wasn't going to affect the other one. JEDI agreement, regardless of what was going to happen, wasn't going to affect the relationship or any other of the agreements that we had going on, because we had over 20 agreements with the county outside of the JEDI agreement. So once the county got the arbitrator's opinion, we are in this in perpetuity until all 3 organizations get out of it. That was all well and good until the revenue sharing changed, and the county now would be sharing $57,000-ish back to the city. All of a sudden come back with the offer to have a sliding scale back to get out of the agreement. And I will not support that offer. The city has been true to its word from the very beginning, tried to work with the county, tried to make this work outside of an arbitrator's ruling, and will continue to do the same. The county was not interested in getting out of the agreement when they were the recipient of $142,000 a year. My opinion moving forward is that the city will not get out of the agreement when we are the recipient of $57,000 in revenue sharing back from the county. So I will fully support hearing a legal opinion before we cut a check for $290,000. Anything further?
Well said.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15E, Policy C0-005, Authority of the Mayor.
All right, so this is a policy being brought forward to council that was triggered by the update to the proclamation policy that was recently updated by council. The biggest changes to this policy for council's approval is we removed all references to proclamations. And I just wanted to know that current policy standards are that policies need to be reviewed every 4 years. So if council does decide that they will want to review this more regularly, then that's an option as well. And if there's any other amendments that you would like to make for this policy, now is your opportunity to do it. If not, then my ask is that council accepts this policy as presented.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm taking one for the team. I move that City Council approves policy CO005, Authority of the Mayor, as presented.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Councillor Aberley, for taking one for the team. I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor. One, it says that we won't go until, well, we'll do one when they open, and then the next one will be at 25 years. I'm wondering if a business requested one at 5 years or 10 years. It looks pretty nice in a business when you walk in and there's a plaque from the city recognizing them. And I think that shows support of council to the business community. And I don't feel that we should just do it the first time and then 25 years later. Some of them might not make it that long, or we may not be here in 25 years. So that was one thing that I was thinking about. The other thing was, if there's a fringe or a non-mainstream group sends you a request, you don't have to bring that to council, right? If in your mind you feel it's out of bounds?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so. And I think under the process, it says that the mayor, members of council, administration, or the public may bring forth requests for letters or certification to be issued by the mayor of the city of Wetaskiwin. That would include a business at 5 or 10 or 20 or like everything in between that grand opening and the 25 years has the opportunity to still have that recognition being brought forward
Okay.
by the business, by a member of council, administration, or the mayor themselves,
Okay.
to make sure that that can still happen. Outside of what's highlighted here for the authority is just needing that approval from council.
Oh, okay, I didn't read that into it. Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else? I have two things. One thing was the mayor, in discussion with city manager and other members of council, may review requests of a sensitive or difficult nature. I don't think it should just be members of council. I think it should be with discussion with the city manager and council.
So take out.
Just have it say city manager and council so that it's all inclusive.
Okay.
Maybe I'll wait for my second piece until we pass this motion. Be more of a notification than. Anything further?
I'll pull it up on the screen.
No, it would be an amendment that needs
I'll pull it up.
to be addressed, yeah, to be voted on.
I would move the amendment as presented, saying that the mayor, CAO, and council, all of council.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion on the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Back to the motion on the floor. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. And maybe I won't even tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to flex my mayor ability, and I'm going to call this meeting adjourned. What other motion?
The out of in camera.
Oh, right.
No, just take that.
Just kidding. I was just showing you what I could
Point
do.
of order.
Just showing you what I could do as a mayor, if I so decided.
If Gabby's not here.
I've got a motion coming out of camera.
So before you go rogue, here we go.
Sue's reaction was priceless.
All right. So the motion that we have is for it to be moved that City Council directs administration to counter offer as discussed in camera.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to remove my council hat for a minute and take this opportunity as the chair of the Canada Day Committee community to say thank you for your support. And for those of you who were able to come out on July 1st and see the literally thousands of people who came together in this city that we do share, to come together not only about the great things about Canada, but some of the struggles we've had. It was an amazing day for the community, for multiple groups, and having the support, which mostly went to fireworks, but having that financial support and the backing of council in that made it just, it really did know that you are behind these community groups. And if I may say a very special thank you to Natasha Grant and Monica Nelson from the Manlack from Recreation, who just did a phenomenal job with the parade, and I was very proud to work alongside them. So, thank you.
I had so much fun during the parade. My challenge of bring your water guns and have a water fight was very well met. I was ambushed a number of times. I ran out of water. I had FCSS, whoever was driving their float, offered me their water bottle to fill my water guns back up again because I was getting beat so bad. Carly asked me how brave I was, and I was like, I'm brave? Why? She's like, get in the wagon. So she pulled me up the route for a while too, and she's going side to side so that I could have more of a water fight. I had a great time. So thanks to the organizers to make that happen. The Legion, the ceremony there was fantastic. The pipe and drum band was great. Getting to work and speak along with Reeve Bishop, MP Lake, and Minister Wilson, I think it was really well received, and I was proud to be a part of it, so thank you. All right, now I'm adjourning the meeting. I checked with Karen, she said it was okay.